Hey everybody, back with another stream, playing some PS1 stuff. Nothing in particular in mind. Let's play something. Yeah, let's start with OG Rayman for a bit. This is one of the games that actually comes on the PlayStation Mini. Not a bad choice, it's a decent game. Man, that old Ubisoft logo.
Hi, folks! You want to know what's going on? Let me tell you the story of Rayman! In Rayman's world, nature and people live together in peace. The great Protoon provides and maintains the harmony and balance in the world. Sorry, folks. This apparently can't last. One fateful day, the evil Mr. Dark steals the great Protoon and defeats Spatilla the Fairy as she tries to protect it. The Electoons, who used to gravitate around it, lose their natural stability and scatter all over the world! Troublesome, isn't it? And untidy, too. In this now unbalanced world, strange phenomena begin to occur. Freaks and hostile characters appear, capturing every Electoon they can find. They definitely need a hero to save them now! Don't you think? Rayman to the rescue! No problem. Go and free all of the Electoons, Rayman, and bring back the great Protoon from its mysterious kidnapper. But will the bad guys let him do it?
They brought the Magician back as a bad guy in one of the newer ones. Oh yeah, because I've got the analog sets. Should do it. Hmm. Come on, what's the problem? There we go. That wasn't this at all. Again. There we go, now it's working. Really? Seriously, that was the issue. And let me put it back to a pad with that on because I want to register that. There we go. Hey Lena, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, I think they brought the magician character back as a villain in Origins or Legends, I forget which. I don't know what's really going on with the story there. You know me, Lena, just keep it on, keep it on. Have a not serious stream without a big focus on anything. Try and have fun. We're just doing some PS1 stuff for a bit. I figured that could be fun. I like original Rayman. Good game. It's really hard really quickly, honestly, but you know, it's a good game overall. Rayman 2 really changed the tone of the... Really weird. The PS1 version has like the worst version, cuts out a lot of the content. Yeah, that'd probably be Rayman 2. I don't think the original Rayman was on N64. Probably because of the timing. This came out in 95, the N64 didn't come out until 96. And Rayman 2 came out on N64 first. And then I think the PlayStation, and then the Dreamcast. And then they remade Rayman 2 for the PS2. So Rayman Revolution on PS2 is like an enhanced port slash remake of Rayman 2. It's really weird. Right, so now we got a fist, and we can actually attack. I'll take that. That's the super punch, so our punch now does more damage. There we go. And now that, I think, is the range. Now our punch by default will go further. And there was another one right here, so that was completely unnecessary. I guess it demonstrates that we can drop the big berries on bad guys' heads. But only specific bad guys. There's an interesting thing you can look up of the original Rayman 2, which was going to be like this game. Like, completely 2D like this game. And then the developer saw Super Mario 64 at a trade show and was like, no, we gotta go full 3D with it. And so they did, and scrapped what they had for Rayman 2 at the time, which might have been called Rayman Forever at the time. I think they included levels that they had finished from that in one of the later games, possibly Rayman 3. I forget. The creator of Rayman, Michael Ancel, or Michel Ancel, because he's French, it could be Michel, went on to create Beyond Good and Evil, which is a game I quite enjoy. And Beyond Good and Evil 2, if it ever comes out, probably isn't going to be very good, from the looks of what Ubisoft seems to be doing with it. But who knows? Michel Ancel was actually still with Ubisoft until recently, when he left to pursue his dream of safari conservation or whatever. Although there's rumours that he was involved in that big sexual harassment scandal in Ubisoft. So who knows? Yeah, Beyond Good and Evil, it was PS2, Xbox, GameCube action-adventure game with a focus on stealth. Was very fun, really good. A little bit short, you could tell there was stuff they had to cut out of it. A lot of people missed it, I think largely because Ubisoft didn't really market it at all. The time it was coming out, Ubisoft had 2 other games coming out. I didn't want to go back in there. The time it was coming out, Ubisoft had 2 other games coming out at the time they wanted to put more marketing focus on, which you may have heard of. Those games being Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time, and Splinter Cell. So Beyond Good and Evil got very little marketing, very little attention. It did get a HD re-release on PS3 and Xbox 360. 360 version of that is backwards compatible on Xbox One. Yeah, Splinter Cell. I've considered doing Chaos Theory for the stream at some point, but I don't know if I'll ever get around to it anymore. Yeah, Beyond Good and Evil is definitely worth a look. I think you were partway through Pandora tomorrow. I don't think you got to Chaos Theory. I think you finished OG Splinter Cell. Did you actually start Pandora tomorrow, actually, now that I think about it? Yeah, I don't remember. It feels like it was so long ago. Like a lot of things. You think you completed Pandora tomorrow? That's fair enough then. Shame you didn't start Chaos Theory then, because Chaos Theory is my favourite and I think it's the best. That said, I haven't actually played Conviction or Blacklist. Hey, Teak. I was in the mood for it, honestly. So we're having a non-serious stream where I'm just going to play whatever I feel like on my PS1 Mini at the minute. And we're starting off with OG Rayman. No, it was just the original Splinter Cell. Yeah, because I was thinking, like, did you actually start Pandora Tomorrow? Because like, I never finished Pandora Tomorrow, but I remember it more than the original. Probably because I played it first. They brought this guy back in Legends and Origins, which was cool. Like, Origins brought back a lot of the stuff from the first Rayman, which was really neat. A lot of it disappeared from Rayman 2 onwards, but still kept some of the Rayman 2 and 3 stuff, like Glowbox and the teensies. Hey, Santa. Yeah. Yeah, I was really happy they brought this guy back for Origins. Like, Rayman 2 and 3 are both fun and everything. But I have nostalgia for original Rayman and like a bunch of its aesthetics and ideas. Yeah, you know me, son. Just keep it on, keep it on. Is this the ledge grab ability? There we go. Alright, so now we have 2 pathways we can go. We can continue in the Dream Forest, or we can go to Bandland. And after these first 2 levels, both of those pathways get, like, way harder all of a sudden. Like, the rest of the Dream Forest isn't too hard, though it is definitely a step up from the first 2 levels. Then you get a Bandland and it's just brutal. What we'll do is we'll do this level in Dream Forest, and then we'll take a look at first level of Bandland, then I'll switch to something else. Anybody got any requests? Shit. Can't believe that water didn't kill me when it was that low in it. Yeah, tell me about it. If you haven't played Rayman Origins or Rayman Legends, Signer, they're both very much worth looking at. Especially if you have somebody to play them with. Origins and Legends are both fantastic and even better when played multiplayer, because they're 4-player co-op. Yeah, 2 and 3 went in a very different direction. I enjoyed 2, but I never really finished 3. It never really clicked with me. I think it was probably because of the costume stuff. Yeah, possibly because of the costume stuff and the increased focus on Glowbox, maybe. Who, as a character, like, Glowbox just never really resonated with me. And one thing that I do like about Origins and Legends is there aren't really characters in that respect. The Glowbox is still there, but he's a playable character. He's not a character with a personality. I think it works better that way. Yep. Okay. We got the salmon on that battle. The overlapping graphics here make this actually really visually confusing. Yeah. There was a point in the stream's lifetime, at Bane's request, where the follow alert was the noise you get for completing a stage in Rayman. Right, here we go, Bandland. Again, if anybody has a request for a PS1 game, let me know. And we'll see about playing it. Yeah, I changed the follower alert to Skies of Arcadia as the stream became more RPG focused. It was a good thing though. So those things up at the top there are instant kill. These metal pathways effectively have ice physics. Can't get that jump off quick enough. Wasn't even worth it. lot of obstacles all of a sudden there. Yeah, like I say, like, pretty much immediately as soon as you went to Bandland, it is a whole different ball game from the Forest of Dreams. The Dream Forest? Yeah. And the game kind of maintains that for the rest of it. It gets so much harder and stays that way. I'm already nervous about all of this. Like, all of this is just like one step away from death. Like, I think back to something like Mario World, and obstacles of this caliber don't come into like maybe World 4. Damn it. Let's try it again. Like, the precise timing on this really doesn't feel like a second world level challenge. It's always been one of the craziest things about OG Rayman. It's a fun game with some really nice looking graphics. Which, as is often the case with PS1 stuff, aged really well when they were using that hardware for 2D graphics. But the difficulty is just crazy. That was close. Way to go, but back down. It's not nerve-wracking at all, it's totally fine. Yeah, if that's progress, I don't want to go there yet. Get me that. And that'll be nice. Hey Amanda. How you doing? You. Definitely grab that. Keeping on, keeping on. And now it's dark. Don't have that power yet. Is that power? Is that one of the? Is that the power I get for finishing the Forest of Dreams? Oh. Ooh. Yeah, what did I miss? You know, I don't think I've ever properly played Vector Man. I forgot about that. Yeah, because I was never really a Sega kid. I didn't own a Sega console until I bought my Dreamcast a few years back. Even then, like, I haven't explored a huge amount of Sega games outside of the Dreamcast. And the Sega stuff that was released on non-Sega platforms. Yeah, I'm gonna assume there's nothing down there. Is that one of those old school games that adults would tell you you can beat it on easy, that you've got to do it again on hard mode to get the proper ending? Oh, I bet 100% completion on that's not worth it. There we go, let's get out of here. Still going. God damn. Oh, jeez. Yeah, it sounds like the kind of thing games would do back then. I have to shoot the hand. Oh. Damn. Emily, thank you for the lurk. Ugh. God damn it. I'd like to remind everybody this is still the first stage of Bandland. I know Konami games got really bad for that kind of thing. Play it on the harder difficulty to get the true ending and stuff like that. Depending on the game, like, depends on how bad it is. Castlevania games, thankfully, were never too bad with that. You could finish them on any difficulty and finish the game. Although... Point level of Bandland. Oh, there's a save point there. Although Bloodlines with that, you got more text in the ending if you finished it on a higher dip. Then they did stuff like Contra 3, I think was really bad for it, or Hardcore, one of the two. Where... you either played it on hard mode or you couldn't play the full game. So does anybody want to pick the next game? So we'll play for a bit. That's fair enough, son. If you're enjoying it, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm going to hold off on Policenauts Teak because at some point I want to actually do a full playthrough of it on stream. And I've never played it before. That and Snatcher. Speaking of the Kojima games, I want to do that and Snatcher. Crash 3. Oh, Crash 3, I can turn the analog stick back on. Yeah, I've been meaning to do a, yeah, it's Crash 3. I've been meaning to do, like, a full playthrough of Policenauts for ages. Very long time. Especially on stream.
Sony Computer Entertainment.
Hospital was already set for that.
Presents a Universal Interactive Studios production.
Clancy Brown.
A game created and developed by Naughty Dog. Crash Bandicoot 4.
So, fun fact, if you are doing a playthrough of Crash Bandicoot 3, and this works with 2 as well,
Start.
and you want to skip past the opening, go to load game. Because in both Crash 2 and 3, if you just press load game instead of new game, and then back out the load screen, it'll take you to the warp room and skip the opening cutscene. And in Crash 2's case, just the opening level. So as a kid, Crash 3 was my favourite.
Crash, crash, crash. Why must you always muck in my mud? Oh, look, I have a mask helping me, too. We will find out which one is more powerful soon enough.
As a kid, Crash 3 was my favourite. Having grown up, I think Crash 2 is probably the better game. Because I feel like Crash 3 gets a little caught up in gimmicks. Crash 2 is much more straight platformer, with a few gimmick levels. In Crash 3, way more of the levels are gimmicks. Swimming levels, the plane levels, the bike levels, the jet ski levels. And there's just so many more of them in Crash 3, and I think it kind of brings it down. That's a problem that would continue again in Wrath of Cortex. Wrath of Cortex is even worse for that. So if you just want classic Crash platforming, Wrath of Cortex is not the game for you. Overall, Crash 3 is pretty good. Nothing really wrong with it. And like I said, it's my personal opinion, Crash 2 is better because I just prefer the platforming as opposed to the gimmick levels. But the gimmick levels are pretty well done, for the most part. Some of those later motorbike levels can piss off though. Really finicky. Fun fact for any of you who play retro games out there, if you like using analog controls on Crash Bandicoot 2, pick up the Greatest Hits or Platinum version. It's the later re-release, and it adds analog controls to Crash 2. The original release doesn't have it, and that's also the release that's on PSN as a PS1 Classic, the original release. So that doesn't have the analog controls if you want to use the analog stick. And you know, if you're emulating or whatever like I am, see about picking up the Platinum version of the ROM. Comes Crash Dance because we got a gem. And then level 2 is a swimming level. Level 3 I think is another platformer. No, that's a tiger ride level. Level 4 is a platformer, and then level 5 is jet ski. So I think that highlights what I'm saying, like, really well. Of the first 5 levels, only 2 of them are platforming levels. So I think we'll do the Tiger Chase, and then we'll do this one. I was thinking I was Dynamite, but that's a later level. And then we'll call it Crash, and we'll play something else. To be honest, this kind of thing does happen again with Spyro. Spyro 3, Spyro Year of the Dragon, also kind of lost its focus like that. I think it's trying to mix... It's the problem of trying to mix up the gameplay and keep it from getting stale. They're on the 3rd iteration, they're trying to figure out what they can do. Although I think Spyro Year of the Dragon probably handles it better than Crash 3 does. I think the other characters are more fun to play as than the gimmicks this game has, but overall I prefer Spyro's gameplay to Crash's anyway. So that could be a very biased opinion, I just missed that box. Yeah. The overall, like, Spyro's gameplay just appeals to me more than Crash's, so my opinion that Spyro 3 does a better job than Crash 3 in that regard could very much be biased. Recognize your own biases. That's not to say Crash 3 is a bad game by any stretch, it's still fantastic. Yeah. Coco doesn't get to do the crash dance. Alright, here we go. So this is a return to the classic chase format that has been in Crash since the first game. In the first game it was boulders, in the second game it was polar bears, in this game it's dinosaurs. Yeah, it doesn't matter, I died anyway. Alright, it still counts. It's the earlier games where that doesn't count. If whatever's chasing you breaks the boxes. I know Crash 1 was really stingy about that. If you missed a box and the boulder that was chasing you broke it, then it didn't count. So yeah, with this being the last level we're going to do for Crash, does anybody else have a request? Teak, do you have a request that isn't Police Notes? Like I say, I want to do Police Notes as like a full playthrough at some point. So the intention for a while has always been to get to that. Get rid of these so they don't give them a jump. Here we go again. Crash has always been that it's not a particularly hard series unless you're going after the gems, at which point it becomes really infuriating. Close. Cancel out of that with a triangle button. Alright, let's take a look at something else. Yeah, does anybody else have anything they want to see for a little bit? Anybody? A lot of stuff, Signer. Good stuff. And also the stuff that came with the system. It's like, you might be thinking, why is Cool Borders on there? Is that Cool Borders or Cool Borders 2? Borders 2. It's like, why is that on there? It comes with the system. What do we got? 40 Winks. Alondra. Cool Borders 2 was fun back in the day. It has aged poorly. If I'm going back to a snowboarding game in this day and age, it's SSX Tricky. And I will take no argument for that, because SSX Tricky is fantastic. 102, Arc the Lad, Battle Arena to Shinden is already on there. Teak requested that in a previous video. Blood Orm Legacy came, Brave Fence and Musashi, Breath of Fire 3, 4, Bugs Bunny Lost in Time, Symphony of the Night, of course, Chrono Cross, which is another game I've been wanting to get to for a long time, and now Square might be remastering it, who knows. Clock Tower The First Fear, Crash, Crash 2, Crash 3, Crash Team Racing, Destruction Derby is also a game that's on here. Still think Destruction Derby 2 would have been a better choice. Dino Crisis 2, PlayStation Doom, Dr. Slump, which I don't even know why I have that on here. Driver 2, Echo Knight, Ironhander, Final Fantasy 9 with my playthrough that's partway through Disc 3, FF7, which is just on here, Front Mission 3, Gex 3D, Ghost in the Shell, GTA, which is just on here again. Second one would have been a better choice. Grandia, Intelligent Cube, which is also just on here. I would have chosen Kuroshi Final instead, but what do I know? Jumping Flash, which it's an interesting out of left field choice to just be on here. I'm not against it, but like, if you've only got 20 games, you should have gone with something else. Kuroshi Final is better. It's the improved sequel. That's why I think it should be on there. Jumping Flash, like I say, out of left field, interesting choice, but if you've only got 20 games to put on here to represent the PlayStation, this shouldn't be here. So Noah, Udelka, Soul Reaver, Legend of Legaia, Legend of Mana, Luna Silver Star Story Complete, Mega Man Legends, Metal Gear Solid, which is on here, which, you know, very understandable. Mr. Driller, which is just on here. And again, it's a case of why. Nightmare Creatures, Oddworld Abe's Odyssey, which I guess. But again, 20 games. There's better stuff you could pick. Parasite Eve, Persona 2 Innocent Sin, Persona 2 Eternal Punishment. No, that's Eternal Punishment, that's Innocent Sin. Police Nauts, Power Slave. I was talking to a guy in work about this yesterday. Weirdly enough. I actually have the physical copy of this. It's called Exhumed here in Europe. Ridge Racer Type 4, which, if you're going to pick any one racing game on PS1, it would be either Ridge Racer Type 4 or Gran Turismo. And I think Gran Turismo probably has licensing issues with cars. And Ridge Racer Type 4 probably has a wider appeal anyway because it's arcade type racing. Rayman, I guess. Are they better? I don't know. I'd have to think. RE2, RE3. Resident Evil Director's Cut is a case of, like, I understand why it's here. RE2 would have been the better choice. Revelations Persona is a weird as fuck choice. Like, if I was going to make a list of the top 10 RPGs on PlayStation, and I was only taking one game from each series, in that, Revelations Persona wouldn't be in the top 10. I say one game from each series because I can't just put, like, Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9 in the top 10, because that's not going to be fair. Like, Revelations Persona being here is weird. Spyro 2, Spyro 3, Suikoden, Suikoden 2. Super Pulse Fighter 2 Turbo is an interesting choice. I can't really argue it if you want a puzzle game on there, because it is really good. Siphon Filter, interesting choice. It's owned by Sony. It's not a bad game. Tales of Destiny, Tales of Fantasia. Tekken 3 on here, fantastic idea. They use the European version so it runs slower than it should. Interestingly enough, this is the only time the PlayStation version of Tekken 3 has been re-released. Tenchu 2, Legend of Dragoon, Threads of Fate. Rainbow Six being on here makes absolutely no sense. It wasn't a good game at the time. And 20 years later, no. Absolutely shouldn't be here. Tomb Raider 2, Tomba 2, Toy Story 2. Twisted Metal, I could understand, but again, Twisted Metal 2 was way better. Vagrant Story, Valkyrie Profile, Vandal Hearts, Warzone. Wild Arms, I can understand. I can definitely understand Wild Arms being on here. SmackDown 2 and Xenogears. So those are the games that are on here. Does anybody have a request? Yes, I wants to see Siphon Filter. And I think I know like what it is that Sino wants to see in Siphon Filter. Hey, Titanium. Yeah, Siphon Filter is one of the games that just comes on the system. I think Sony owns Siphon Filter. It's weird in that case that Siphon Filter lasted as long as it did, and then was dropped by Sony. Because like there was Siphon Filter 1, 2, and 3 on PlayStation, then there was Logan's Shadow and Dark Mirror, which were PSP games, at least one of them was ported to the PS2, and then they just dropped the series. It's kind of like Wild Arms, how Wild Arms had 1 and 2 on PS1, and then 3, 4, 5 and the 1 remake on PS2, and the Tactics game on PSP, and then Sony just dropped it.
When does the operation begin?
Our intelligence within the FBI was not clear, but...
I've got an ID match for Romer on the...
Check.
Combat roll. Oh god, it's tank controls on the analog stick. Alright, here we go. So beyond that, Siphon Filter is actually a pretty interesting game. And you know what? Until somebody comes up with something else they want to see, we might play this for a little bit. Because I actually do quite like Siphon Filter as a game. Like, this opening level's kind of interesting in a bunch of ways. Like, you look at it here, this is where we are. We started in the middle of the map. We can go forward through the subway entrance. We can go at the vacant bank, and there's a thing going on there. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff to this level that is completely unnecessary that you can examine and explore. It's really kind of neat. Now let's go do this. You might think, oh no, the combat has aged terribly, and I'm just there thinking, like, you know, this reminds me of Grand Theft Auto combat. Yeah. how GTA combat in like Vice City and stuff were.
CBDC has an agent pinned down at your location. They're requesting cover fire.
Like, you just target and run around and hope they die before you do.
Cover me!
Well, you know me, Titanium, just keep it on, keeping on. Okay, don't set that guy on fire, because he was right next to me and that will actually hit me. Let that be a lesson to you. Yeah, side feels pretty cool. Combat roll. Once you get used to it, the strafe being on the two shoulder buttons, L2 and R2, isn't that bad. It actually gives you a bunch of control over a lot of your movement. Although when you're targeting, you can just move left and right anyway. It's one of those old control schemes that does the best it could in a moving with the analog stick, turning with the right analog stick world. And I'm afraid you can't, Titanium, it's a government issue. I can, however, show you what happens when you shoot a guy on a roof with it. Just, you know, for fun. Like, the taser does actually have a limited range. But it's a substantial range. That's longer than I remember it being, actually. Classic. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, I think the bank thing there was completely optional. Although if we check this, our objectives here: eliminate Kravitch and destroy Comma Ray. That is in the restaurant, which we have to do. Restaurant or bar? I think they call it a bar. Then this area is also optional. There's actually a fun thing with the cinema here. If you enter a cheat code, you can go inside the cinema and watch the FMVs for the game. Which I think is pretty neat. Now let's get on with it.
Gabe, I'm getting interference. You must be near their communications array.
Kravich.
So you might think to yourself, like, Siphon Filter, who even remembers this? Like, was it ever relevant or anything? At one point, Siphon Filter was big enough to get a mention in Metal Gear Solid 3.
Это Kravich.
There's in the Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake vs. Monkey minigame, which is only on the PS2. Snake asks the Colonel, like, why can't Sam or Gabe capture the monkeys? Sam referring to Sam Fisher, Gabe referring to Gabe Logan, the player character here. Yeah, Seinfeld is really cool. It kind of makes me think of, like, Mission Impossible.
Equipment, but I don't see their uplink dish.
I'll trace it.
Like, Mission Impossible did have a game around this time, but I don't think it was that good. Well, I haven't touched that game in a long time, so I could be misremembering. But it feels like a video game version of Mission Impossible scenario, which was really neat. Mike Ironside's always good. It wasn't good? That's fair enough. Michael Ironside played Sam Fisher up until Blacklist, which is part of the reason why I didn't have a huge amount of interest in Blacklist. Like, Michael Ironside's voice is fantastic. One of my favourite things about the DC animated universe, the old cartoons in the 90s, Michael Ironside played Darkseid. And when Darkseid first appeared, voiced by Michael Ironside, they had a filter over his voice. Try and make it more monstrous. But by the end of Justice League Unlimited, in his final appearance, they just dropped that completely, and it was just Michael Ironside as Darkseid. Which I always thought was fantastic.
Leon.
Like, the best voice.
Lock down the subway entrance security gates.
You'll have to find the bypass switch. See if you can find a service elevator.
One of my favourite things about LEGO DC supervillains, actually. They brought back a bunch of the DC Animated Universe voice actors. And, like, some of them, it's like, yeah, okay, so Kevin Conroy's voicing Batman again. Not really anything new. Mark Hamill's playing the Joker again. Yeah, not really anything new. But they brought Michael Ironside back as Darkseid, and that was awesome. Well, here's a fun fact for you in the DC line. Michael Ironside and Clancy Brown played two of Superman's biggest enemies in the DC Animated Universe. Lex Luthor. Clancy Brown played Lex Luthor. Michael Ironside played Darkseid. Clancy Brown played the main villain in the first Highlander movie, and Michael Ironside played the main villain in the second Highlander movie.
Gabe, this must be where the subway security bypass switch is located. Find it and shut it off.
Copy. See if you can find a copy of the subway system's security protocols.
Remember rightly, you do have a flashlight, which you can only access... Yeah, there you go. You can only access it here. Oh yeah, Justice League Unlimited. This was a fantastic thing. Justice League Unlimited had some real fun with a lot of that stuff. Are you gonna wash your hands? No, because I'm evil.
The ramp in the first terminal should be clear now.
Meanwhile, Lex Luthor's pretending to be the Flash. He's not even pretending to be the Flash. Like, okay, at least I'll be able to find out who the Flash is. Goes into the bathroom and looks in a mirror. Takes off the Flash's mask. I have no idea who this is. Makes me think of, there was a point in the Ultimate Spider-Man comics where the Kingpin beat the shit out of Spider-Man, took his mask off, and then threw him out a window. But then could never identify Spider-Man again because it was like, okay, what distinguishing features does he have? He's a white teenage boy. He's a white teenager. Kind of scrawny. Because of course Peter Parker doesn't have dealings with the Kingpin because he's a high school student. Well, he has photographic memory in his own brain, but at that point you're going to start arguing how mind switching works in that regard.
If you find it, tag it. I'll give its location to CBDC.
Copy. Where's Romer?
Level 2.
I'm on my way.
But yeah, Justice League Unlimited was a fun show. I feel like I should have taken damage by now, and it looks like my armor hasn't gone down at all. Which is weird.
Beacon set. Tell CBDC to get its guys down here.
Copy. They're on their way.
Yeah, that's a good bit of that episode. And they never actually explain why that works in the episode. Like, he's just there throwing everything at Green Lantern's shield, and the yellow gelatin's what gets through, and they never explain that. Which I think is pretty neat. I forget if Justice League cartoon ever actually explained the whole Green Lantern yellow thing. Alright, let me see. Alright. So let's go forward. You forget how many of these old games had tank controls until you go back to... Oh yeah. Justice League Unlimited had so many heroes, and so many of them only appear in the background. It's like, oh hey, there's the Creeper returning from that one episode where he was prominent in the Batman animated series. And he never speaks, does anything, or is mentioned. You could argue in that regard it was probably to the detriment that both season finales focused on the pre-established heroes as well. Like the first season finale with the Brainiac-Luthor fusion, and how the original team goes up against them. And then the second season finale with Darkseid's return, and how it's Superman, Batman, and Lex Luthor who fight him. Oh yeah, it was always one of the, I think one of the goals of Batman Brave and the Bold, to focus on the lesser-known heroes. Like, they don't even... I think they reference Superman a couple of times, but I don't think he appears before Season 3. And they were very coy about using him or Wonder Woman, and the first time the Flash appears, it's specifically Jay Garrick, not Barry Allen. It is so easy to forget. It's so easy to forget that Uncle Sam is actually a DC hero. Yeah, Brave and the Bold is one of my favourite Batman series, partly because it doesn't take itself so seriously. It knows when to be serious and also when not to be. Alright, thanks for the look, Signer. Yeah, I love Brave and the Bold for that kind of thing. Plus, it's one of my favourite versions of Aquaman. Oh yeah, the whole Starro invasion is really good.
Check.
Like, the build-up to it over multiple episodes, and then when it finally hits, and... like, it's just incredibly unsettling. Or the Chill of the Night episode, where the Spectre and the Phantom Stranger are arguing over whether or not Batman's going to kill Joe Chill. Like, that's really well done. I think one good episode as well is the one where Batman becomes a vampire. Like, he gets bitten by Nocturna and turns into a vampire, and like the rest of the episode is this horror thing set on the Watchtower.
I'm setting a beacon. Wait. Leon, this one's different from the others. It has a shorter timer, and it looks...
Dave, that's not viral. It's...
Too late!
Well, they actually had a specific point in the series where Batmite says that directly to the audience. Like, there are so many different interpretations of Batman. This one might be a little more light-hearted than previous ones, but it's no less valid. No, that's Siphon Filler. Yeah, Brave and the Bold is like one of my favourite Batman series. It's such a good. Series. I think that was probably what like really kicked off the popularity of Jaime Reyes as the Blue Beetle as well. Like Jaime Reyes has become like one of the more popular younger superheroes over the last 15 years. I think that really started with Brave and the Bold. Why is it doing a thing on the side? That's weird. Right now it's not doing it. Okay.
It is the
You know what? I want to go back and rewatch, actually watch the intro to this because I really like that intro. Got some really nice music. played the first Tenchu back in the day, but Tenchu 2 was what really got me going with the series. At some point, I would actually like to do a full playthrough of this.
It is the age
Stream.
of the warring states. The old shogun has fallen, and samurai warlords fight savage battles for the right to hoist their flags over the great castles of Japan. But far from the battlefield, unseen and unheard, a different breed of warriors ply their deadly trade. Born in shadow, they will die as shadows. They are the ninja.
You have learned much, but I would expect that from one raised from childhood to be an Azuma ninja. Now it is time to complete your training. Come into my house.
So both Rikimaru and Ayane start with this training level. One thing I do like about this is we can completely ignore this and go straight to our objective. Which is really good for when you've played one character and you're doing the other character. Because it means you don't have to repeat the entire tutorial, just this section here.
Test my strength, Master. I am ready to be a ninja.
I forgot that Rina Romano voiced Rikimaru here.
You are strong, Rikimaru, but you have much to learn before you can be a ninja.
Whoa!
Come back when you can survive as a ninja.
It's also very different from the voice that Rikimaru has, like, for the rest of the series. Very young sounding. Alright, let's go. So, Tenchu, of course, stealth series on PlayStation. How do you do a stealth series on PlayStation like this when the draw distance is so low? Well, Tenchu did it with the key meter you can see on the bottom left. It tells you how close a person is and what their current emotional state is. The blue question mark means they're unaware. I want to pick up Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, because I've heard that originally, early in its development, the idea was to make it a Tenchu game, and then it's still got some of that DNA left in the final product. Bearing in mind, like, the last proper Tenchu game was Tenchu Z on the Xbox 360, and it's like, you know what, I'd be down for another Tenchu game. I have no idea who holds the rights to it anymore. Because, like, the first two were published by Activision, I think developed by Sony Music Entertainment, or whatever that was at the start. I forget who did the third one, and then at some point it did actually fall into FromSoft's hands. and then it was a choir who had it for a while. And then after they lost the rights to the series, they made their own ninja series, Shinobido. Tenchu does a thing that a lot of stealth games did around this time and afterwards, of really encouraging stealth by making the combat absolute shit. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. You really want to encourage stealth, make actual fighting a bad option. The problem comes in that Tenchu has quite a few boss fights. Then they're not good boss fights. And you would, like, you play Tenchu, you'll always dread those boss fights. I like Tenchu. Like I said, at some point I would love to do a proper full playthrough of this for the stream. So splashing into water like that is always going to have that reaction. It's something that just can't be avoided sometimes. It's kind of frustrating. You don't want to be mashing, like, you mash X to swim faster. Don't do that when you're coming out of water, or you'll just leap out of it. One thing that's pretty neat that I do like about Tenchu as well is it's not a stealth game that punishes you for killing. Like, Metal Gear Solid wants you to do it without killing as much as possible. And stuff like Hitman. Hitman has its obvious thing of, like, only take out the target and stuff. But with Tenchu, like, these are your enemies, you're a ninja, kill them.
So,
which,
you have survived
it's a nice change to the usual kind of thing in the genre.
But you still have much to learn.
I am honored to serve Master Shiunsai.
Yeah.
Thieves thieves and mountain bandits have joined forces to prey on local farmers. They lurk in an abandoned village. Attack them by daylight when the bandits are gone and the thieves are sleeping.
Yes, Master.
One thing that I do like about Tenchu 2 is Rikimaru and Ayane go through their own pathways, which I think is really interesting. So you're not just playing the same story as different characters, you're playing their part in the story, which I really like. And it begins as early as this level. Rikimaru attacks the thieves while they sleep in the day. Ayane does this level at night, fighting the bandits, which I think is really neat. But we'll leave that here. You know, I'm going to change the title here to, like, retro stuff. There we go, that's fine. Persona 2. Really awkward thing for those of us living in Europe. Because, like, you've got... original PlayStation version of Persona 2 didn't leave Japan. Of Innocent Sin didn't leave Japan. Exclusive Japan, they never released outside them. Eternal Punishment was released in the US. We didn't get it in Europe, as is the case with a lot of Atlus stuff. Which, Innocent Sin on PSP, the remake, we did get in Europe. The PSP remake of Eternal Punishment wasn't released outside Japan. I think largely because that was late PSP lifespan, and the PSP was not doing so hot in the West at that point. As kind of an apology and a make-up for that kind of thing, Atlus released the PS1 version of Persona 2 Eternal Punishment on the PlayStation Network as a PS1 classic in the US. We still didn't get it in Europe. So without importing or emulation, the only part of this you can play is this on PSP Europe. Also, without importing or emulation, you can't play Parasite Eve in Europe. I said that before, but I'm going to say it every time it comes up because it's fucking dumb. Let's take a look at this Dr. Slump game, because I haven't actually played it. This is based on the 90s anime, which is why Arale has a different design. Although I have a version of this ROM that gives her a classic design. It's also fan translated. Birth of the first perfectly human robot who can go toe-to-toe with Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Vegeta. Yeah, the fan translation scene these days is really impressive. Like, the amount of stuff that has been fan translated is insane. Though there's still a bunch of stuff that I would really like to see fan translated, you just gotta hope somebody eventually gets around to that. Though some games are more complicated to fan translate than others due to issues with the coding and stuff. From what I'm aware, that's the main reason why Devil Summoner has never been fan translated. Shin Megami Tensei Devil Summoner. Like, just, this code is crazy. Well, bye. Alright, let's take a look at something else. I only have that on there as a curiosity. Let's see. Other fan. Do I have any other fan translated stuff on here? Clock Tower: The First Fear fully fan translated. Really neat. Arguably, the PlayStation version is the definitive version of it, rather than the Super Famicom version. Though it's surprising, the Super Famicom version was fan translated first. And in a lot of cases, people decide that's enough. So it's surprising that the PlayStation version was later fan translated after that. Like, the Super Famicom versions of SMT 1, 2, and If have been fan translated. And as a result, people are like, you don't really need to fan translate the PlayStation versions. Innocent Sin is a fan translation. Tales of Fantasia is a fan translation. And that's currently it that I've got on here. So if we go into Drastic, we could take a look, but let's leave that for the minute because I'll have to switch video settings for it. Or just go at widescreen, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Boktai 3 is a fan translation. Fire Emblem: The Binding Blade is a fan translation. No, The Blazing Blade, that's the Binding. Oriental Blue is a fan translation. Shin Megami Tensei. Yeah, just that kind of thing. A bunch of stuff like that. Let's play Metroid Fusion for a bit. Always comfortable with Metroid Fusion. Metroid Fusion released in 2002, and it took Nintendo until 20... That's good. It took Nintendo until 2021 to release a sequel. Metroid Dread finally came out as Metroid 5. I wonder if they actually call it Metroid 5 at any point. Because, like, Metroid on NES, Metroid 2, Samus Returns on Game Boy, original Game Boy. And then Super Metroid on Super Nintendo opens and says Metroid 3, Super Metroid. And this does a similar thing, where it opens and says Metroid 4, Metroid Fusion. I wonder if Metroid Dread opens and says Metroid 5. What, this game or Dread? Because I've not played Dread yet. I love Fusion. I usually replay Fusion several times a year. I can knock it out in a couple of hours. Just good fun that way. I feel like I've gotten better at it. Like, not better at it since last time I played it, just better at it since I started streaming. Anyway. Yeah, if anybody has any requests still, like move off PlayStation stuff, like requests for NES, Game Boy Advance, Super Nintendo, or Mega Drive, I guess. Or possibly PC Engine, TurboGrafx 16. If you've got any requests, let me know. I will take a look at them, if I've got them on here. I guess we'll play Fusion until somebody has a request. some reason I've been forgetting lately, like whether or not data room is on the second or first floor here. Weird thing to forget when I've done this game as many times as I have. Alright, missiles. Why do I like to shoot missiles all over the place in this game? If you're able to accumulate enough missile expansions, like you can just throw missiles everywhere, it's great. Messed that up twice. Right. I'm glad I only ever played this game casually because these doors are like a bane for speedrunners. Because they can do that thing where they open their eye and you can't attack them. I think they can do that like up to 5 times in a row. Was a failed attempt. Yeah, it was. Right, got it with 0 missiles left, so I need to grab that. There we go. Could have gone better. Could have gone worse. I love Metroid Fusion. Such a good game. Tight it is. Oh no. If we head into that door on the bottom left, we can actually get a look at the frozen body of Ridley. That doesn't actually play a factor in the game until like way later. Metroid Other M retcons that as not being Ridley's body, but being the body of the clone Ridley from Other M. Which, you know, is fine. One of the best things about Metroid Fusion is its sound design. Especially when you talk about it being a GBA game. And GBA's sound hardware was often its most criticised aspect. And like, Metroid Fusion just has like fantastic sound design. I say, I haven't played Dread, so I don't know if they did or not. Although I know they put Kraid in there, but that's a case of like, yeah, you know, it's nice to see Kraid back instead of Ridley. The way they shoehorned Ridley into Samus Returns was unnecessary. Like the Metroid 2 remake they did. Ridley's presence in that was entirely unnecessary and kind of works against the story. So, there's the usual thing, look at the top left of this thing, you see a GameCube. I hope you all saw it, because I don't want to slow down to see it again. Slow down so you guys could see it there. Welcome back, Steiner. For me, Fusion, playing Metroid Fusion's kind of like when I play Resident Evil 2. I'm not speedrunning it because I'm not a speedrunner, but I am trying to get it done as quickly as I can. Just as like a personal challenge kind of thing. So there are little tricks you can do here and there to try and save time, which if you can pull them off are really cool. Like one thing I'd found out a few years ago, the Ceres fight. If you do the Ceres fight properly, you can kill Ceres in 2 shots, which is great. And I have pulled that off like twice. More often I get Ceres in 3 shots. Even that's really cool. Like even doing it in 3 shots, I think is really cool. Okay, and let's go and get the missile tank that's in here. Bottom. That would have been faster than going across the ladder if I'd done that right the first time. Alright, so after this door now, every time we go up against one of those, we'll be able to kill it in 1 shot. Thanks to that. That's a little trick I learned a few years ago. Really easy to duplicate, just have to stand in a specific spot. it's not even very specific, just like a specific area of a like any platformish. Alright, so Charge Beam in this game has a very interesting function. There we go. So while the levels stabilize, that little slash-looking thing that comes out of Samus's beam when she shoots, that counts as a separate damage hitbox from the actual charge beam, and it does quite a bit of damage. So a good way to get extra damage on a lot of stuff is to be right up in something's face and hit it with that. You know, I'd be down to stream Dread when I get it. I'd be down for that. I've heard it's like the hardest Metroid, which will be interesting. It's not like I'm even a Metroid expert. So I'm not overly confident about being able to pull it off. I'm a Metroid Fusion expert. Even expert for that would be stretching it. But yeah, I'd be down for doing Dread at some point. It'd be fun. As far as Metroidvania goes, I've always been more into the Vania than the Metroid. Well, I do still like Metroid. But with me, it's more a specific few Metroids that I like to go back to. Fusion in particular, if I want to mix it up, it'll be Zero Mission. I like Prime, you guys saw me do Prime. I like Prime up until like the last hour of it. I think like the second trip through the phase on Mines is where that game just stopped being fun. Prime 2 I enjoy a significant amount of as well, though that falls apart towards the end too. But yeah, no, Dread could be fun to do. Mercury Steam developed it, they previously developed Samus Returns. I hope they learned some stuff from that, because Samus Returns was decent, but I had issues with it. I'm hoping Dread improves some of that. One thing, like, you'll note with pretty much anybody who plays these games. One thing you'll note with pretty much any of the Metroid games prior to Samus Returns, most people will avoid most of the enemies, or they'll take a hit and then run past them, because it's just quicker and they're not worth the effort. Samus Returns doesn't really give you that option. Like, the enemies will charge you, and the response the game wants you to have is to do the counter move, and then shoot them until they're dead. Which becomes really tedious when you're doing that for, like, the entire game. Plus, some of those bosses just weren't that fun in Dread. Like Ridley. They call it Proteus Ridley in that one. That wasn't a fun fight. There was the robot that chases you, which If you get caught in that sequence, it's like instant death. That wasn't particularly fun. That sounds like an endorsement, that Titanium. So when I'm going through Fusion, I'm pretty confident about most of it. There are only really 2 parts of the game that are any real danger to me, and this is one of them. Mostly because of how reckless I play it. Like, a lot of it is just the running through enemies. And when you combine that with how much damage those red slugs do, like this area gets kind of dangerous if you play it the way I'm playing it. So the issue is like how much damage these red slugs do versus how much health you recover per X Parasite absorbed. Because I think they'll do like 30 damage if you touch them, and each X Parasite heals 10. Yeah, it's always a fun thing to Titanium. And not being able to pin down exactly what it was that you really enjoyed about it can also be a good thing. Okay, so what I do now is I kill the blue one, and 9 times out of 10 the blue one will drop a red X Parasite, which is a big heal for both ammo and health. In all the years I've played this, I think maybe 3 times that blue one hasn't dropped an X Parasite. It's possible that it won't, it's just unlikely that it won't. Okay, fresh energy tank. Here we go. So yeah, you get up close to that guy and do the charge shot, and you'll kill it in 1 hit with the thing I mentioned earlier. The little beam bit there. We can't do that with this boss because its damage point is actually up in the actual body. I think we can. It's not really worth really trying hard to do that here. This isn't a difficult boss, it doesn't take long. You know what, I'm wrong, there are 3 areas where I can be worried about dying. You know, that's always a really good thing to hear. So many games will be unfair with the difficulty in that regard. It's always really nice when a death feels like your fault, and not because the game's pulled some bullshit. I think it's one of the things that was one of the better ideas of the first Dark Souls versus like Dark Souls 2. And from what I've heard, Dark Souls 3. Like Dark Souls 2, a bunch of that felt like bullshit, and I've heard Dark Souls 3 is worse with it. Come on. Okay, why didn't I get that? I mean, that kind of thinking is a big part of the reason why I'm not super into trial and error stuff. Like Super Meat Boy can be very trial and error in that regard. Why did you die? Was it your fault, or was it the game threw something at you that you had no way of predicting? Yeah, if anybody has any requests of anything they want to see for a bit, let me know, because what I'm thinking is we'll play up till Ceres. I'll try and two-shot Ceres, which is going to be the next boss, and then we'll we'll change to something else. I can understand that. Checkpointing is always one of the bugbears. It's the main reason why I quit Alien Isolation. Because the checkpointing in that was so far apart and so brutal. When the alien could sneak up on you at any given moment and wouldn't do it in the same way twice. It wasn't guaranteed it would do it in the same way twice. So, for no fault of your own, like, you could just die and have to go back to the last save point and redo all of that. And it's like, you know what? No. Not when that save point can be 15-20 minutes ago. Yeah, so ultimately that was like the main reason why I gave up on Alien Isolation. It's not like I didn't give that game a chance. I played it for like 9 hours. 9 hours, 7 hours. I played it for a while. And then just stopped because it wasn't something I was enjoying. Checkpointing, especially like these days, is one of my biggest concerns with games. I think Mega Man Zero as a series is regarded as like possibly the hardest Mega Man series, and it is a difficult set of games. But I think the biggest problem with it was the checkpointing, and the Zero ZX Legacy Collection, I feel, makes them so much more playable. It doesn't make them easier, it just adds more checkpoints. Which I think is a way better idea. Ah shit, I wasn't paying attention. Gonna try something tricky here, boys. There we go. You know what? That works out. I'm okay with that. You know what, I can definitely appreciate that. A game knows where you're most likely to die, so it'll give you the checkpoints for that. That's good design. I like it. Fusion here is one of those old school games. It's like, did you die? Back to your last save point. Which isn't such a bad thing. The save points aren't really that far apart. Because it's not a huge game to begin with. But, when you play it like I do, where there's either one save in the game or no saves, because I'm trying to do it just as quick as possible as a personal challenge, then that can be kind of frustrating when you actually do die. Thanks, Titanium. So here's the Ceres fight. If I can do this right, we can two-shot him. Yeah, I gotta get really close to me. Did that do it? Was that a good one? Yes, it's black. There you go. That took a little while because I was really nervous about messing it up, but like, actually pulling off the two-shot is so satisfying. Oh yeah, I don't mind the, like, talking in this game, the save point restart system isn't really an issue when you're playing the game as it's meant to be played. Thank you. Thank you. Your save point respawn checkpoint system in this game is fine. I really don't have an issue with it. My problem with it in Alien Isolation was that you were going to die so often and so quickly at times, with nothing you could do. Like, as soon as the aliens saw you, for the most part, you were basically dead. Or it would blindside you and just grab you and kill you. Like, death was such a common thing in that game. The game needed more checkpoints for that, I think. Because it was just frustrating otherwise. And one of the dumbest things a horror game can do is frustrate you. It's like, if you've stuck around the stream long enough, you know one of my common sayings for entertainment media. The worst thing any piece of entertainment media can do is bore you. And horror gets kind of a bit of leeway in that regard, because when nothing's happening in horror, that can be a good way to build suspense. There's only so far you can take that. It's a risky line to walk, but it can be done well. But when a horror game is just frustrating you, then it's failing because it's not scary. And that was the issue with Alien Isolation. I wasn't scared, I was just irritated. Yeah, I think your save point checkpoint system it depends on how it's pulled off. It's not so bad in this game, mostly because the save points are really close together. There's a specific point in this game where it can be frustrating, and that's because the save points are all turned off. There's a specific part in this game where the power in the reactor goes out, and so they turn off all the save points in the game because there isn't power for them. And until you beat the Yakuza boss, the power won't come back on for you to save, which can be really frustrating because there's a lot of time there between your save point and being able to save again. That's the worst this game gets. Alright, we'll call that here. I'll throw a save state. Continue this. I don't know, anybody want to see something? Oh, we can take a look at Castlevania Dracula X for a bit. The Castlevania Advance Collection, which came out recently, has the 3 Game Boy Advance Castlevania games and this for some reason. Not a bad game, it gets a bad reputation. Often stated to be like a poor man's Rondo of Blood. The plot is Rondo of Blood, but the game itself is completely different. So it doesn't have it doesn't have the multiple stage exits and the varying paths you can take, and the voice acting and the rescuable maidens and the playable Maria. But it never set out to have that. It's essentially a different version of Rondo of Blood that stands as its own game. If you ignore Rondo of Blood, if you ignore that Rondo of Blood exists, this is a decent enough Castlevania game. If you want to remember that Rondo of Blood exists, like, this is just a different interpretation of that tale. In the same way that Super Castlevania 4 is a retelling of Castlevania 1. Same plot, just take it as a different game. Weirdly enough, this game was released in Europe as a Vampire's Kiss. I have no idea why. Yeah, Item Crash is... Yeah, it's one of those Konami games that got renamed in Europe for some reason. It's Castlevania Vampire's Kiss. Like how Contra, until one of the later Contra games, in Europe, Contra was called Probotector. And I have no idea why. It's a censorship thing, I think. The humans were all replaced with robots and you played as robots. I love this rendition of Divine Bloodlines, though. Like, I love Dracula X's soundtrack. I'd say this is probably one of the harder Castlevania games, but if you are into Castlevania, it's definitely worth a look. Yep, still got the backflip. Yeah, Dead Cells is a lot of fun. I've run through Dead Cells a bunch of times. Like, going through that and unlocking, like, the new weapon types is a lot of fun. It's been a while since I played. I think I ended up favouring the double-bladed sword and the spear. Like, Dead Cells is great. I love how fast-paced it can be. I should probably start paying attention to the screen. That was bad timing for that Medusa had to turn up. Ah. I have way less practice with this compared to like almost every other Castlevania. I've been thinking recently, like, just for fun, doing a Castlevania 64 playthrough. Like, not even Legacy of Darkness, specifically just Castlevania 64. Yeah, one of the things with Dead Cells, like, I have my preferred weapons, but most of those weapons are really useful, though. I'm not entirely sure there is a bad weapon in Dead Cells, which, that's always nice. Because, like, you've got other roguelites that you get, like, Rogue Legacy and stuff like the Binding of Isaac, and there's always... oh, shit. There's always items and weapons you'll get that you'll be like, no, really didn't want this. One thing I'd definitely say with Dracula X, though, Super Castlevania 4 has a fantastic soundtrack, but I think it's at its best when it is playing its own original themes that first appeared in that game. When it gets to stuff like Vampire Killer and Bloody Tears and stuff like that, I think the renditions are fine, but not great. I think the versions of them in this game are better. Bullshit. Supposed to, like, just freeze the screen with me there. Yeah, that's enough of that. One roguelike definitely recommend in that kind of vein. 20XDX. 20XX. Really good roguelike. It is to Castlevania what... it is to Mega Man what Dead Cells is to Castlevania. It's a lot of fun. I played that co-op with Teak on his stream. We had a lot of fun with that. Because it has online co-op. And like, if you want to make a game like that better, online co-op is a really good way of doing it. That was a lot of fun. Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. I don't have a whole lot of experience with that. But it's a Kirby game, so you're damn right I've got it on here. MGBA. Yeah, I've heard that Kirby and the Amazing Mirror is a very different kind of Kirby game. But I've not really played either Amazing Mirror or Nightmare in Dreamland. I think I finished Canvas Curse at one point, and I definitely finished Squeak Squad. And I played a bunch of Mass Attack, but I never really played the GBA ones. I've been meaning to play Planet Robobot for ages. It's like Planet Robobot looks like it'd be really fun. Sword! Ah! Okay. Oh, hey, Shadow Kirby. I really should spend more time with the Kirby series. I've been meaning to do Kirby 64 for years. I just haven't. That didn't go well. Thank you, what'll do? That was the wrong time to press attack. Let's go! Oh, that is actually an interesting concept. Interesting that it's the only game that does that. Since Smash was a HAL Laboratory thing anyway. Fire! Fire! I've seen this game around and just never really properly played it beyond the first stage. Largely because, like, with the 4 Kirbys, it always felt to me like a 4 Swords kind of thing. Yeah, it always felt to me like a 4 Swords kind of thing, like it's really meant to be played with more than one person. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll get caught. Every time they announced a new Zelda for the DS, I was always disappointed that it wasn't just here's 4 Swords on a system that's actually more reasonable for it. Like, they should have just put 4 Swords on the DS. I was always really disappointed that they didn't. And then, like, they put 4 Swords Anniversary on 3DS. But it's like, put 4 Swords Adventures on there. But they never did. And then they did Triforce Heroes and, like, it's like, hey, what if 4 Swords, but worse? And why, Nintendo? I tried Triforce Heroes, I tried to go for it because it's like, it's considered like a proper Zelda game, part of the main series. It's like, okay, I'll give it a try, and I played it for less than an hour. It was like, I don't like this, I don't want to play it for a bit. There's also the stupid thing of, like, you can play it with 1 player or 3. You can't play it with 2 people. which is just needlessly restrictive. Yeah, overall, like, Triforce Heroes just was never worth it. Right, what's this one, though? Really, that's Bob? Good. Yeah, it's 1 or 3 people, you can't play it with 2. And I don't understand that. Like, 4 Swords and 4 Swords Adventures, the original 4 Swords required other people. It's a bad idea. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Hello. That's kind of neat. It's kind of neat. Yeah, like, the original 4 Swords was multiplayer only, which always bothered me. So, you've got the GBA version of A Link to the Past. And there's the 4 Swords dungeon in it, which requires you to finish the 4 Swords section of the game. And I've never been able to do that. Because it requires more than one person. So then you also need the GBA link cable, and you need the other person to have their own copy. And so I've never gotten to do it. Which is just irritating. Oh, but then like 4 Swords Adventures and the 4 Swords Anniversary Edition on 3DS, you can play with 1 person. Or 2, or 3, or 4. I'm gonna go for the Mega Drive. There's Vector Man. Rockman Mega World. Shame Clem isn't here, or we'd like take a look at that for him. I sold somebody a copy of Quackshot yesterday. Oh, Mickey Mania. Do I have that on a Super Nintendo here? I only ever got to play 4 Sword Adventures with one other person once. Which was a real shame. But like, it was fun, and I took the opportunity at the time as well to also play Crystal Chronicles while we could. And like that was fun. No, I don't have Mickey Mania on here. The Super Nintendo version of Mickey Mania, as far as I'm aware, is like the worst version, but it's the version I had as a kid. Let's take a look at it. In Crystal Chronicles, I never understood why Crystal Chronicles required the GBA connection. Because when you've played it with the GBA, you see exactly what that gets you, and all it gets you is a map on the GBA screen. That's it. Like 4 Swords Adventures at least had a purpose to the GBA screen. Crystal Chronicles absolutely didn't. And then Crystal Chronicles Remaster comes out, and you can only play that multiplayer online. You can't do it local for some reason. But even then, like, you're stuck on the same screen online. It's like, why? Alright, those sound effects will work. Crystal Chronicles is a lot of fun. Like I say, there's no good reason why the multiplayer had to be only on GBA. Yeah, it's a shame the remaster's such a mess. Well, I've heard the online also isn't good. It's like, oh yeah, no, the online's the only way you can play multiplayer for some reason. And then it's not good. It's like, good work, Square. Another remaster ruined. Yeah, this looks actually surprisingly really good. Usually, like, if a game was on both Super Nintendo and Mega Drive, the Mega Drive version would look worse. Like, this actually looks really good. I don't think the sound is as good, but that's just a problem that was endemic to the system. Yeah, the idea with this is that you go through like a bunch of classic Mickey Mouse cartoons. It's a neat game. Not particularly remarkable, and from what I've heard, because I never played Castle of Illusion myself, but from what I've heard, Castle of Illusion is like the better game. Yeah, I didn't grow up with a Mega Drive, so like a lot of this stuff I've just never really played. I think pretty much all of it is like recommendations from various places. Aside from stuff like this, I don't think anyone's going to recommend Batman Forever. I just got that because it's Batman, and I had the Super Nintendo version as a kid. Altered Beast. Alright. Eyes from your grave. This looks Mega Drive as hell.
Power up. Power up.
No, this doesn't have Dreamcast. Not powerful enough for it.
Rise from your grave.
Apparently.
Power up.
I've never been super big into beat 'em ups, but like, I'm looking at this and it's like,
Power up.
wow, this is a basic as hell beat 'em up. I at least want to get the actual beast part. There it is.
Welcome to your doom.
Oh, what would this have been, like 89? This feels like an 80s arcade game. Hmm. Yeah, not super into that. Basic as hell, definitely. Of course, when you're talking beat 'em ups on the Mega Drive, most people are going to talk about Golden Axe or Streets of Rage 2. And like I said, I'm not super into beat 'em ups. Like Streets of Rage 2 is good. Really can't deny that. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Like, Altered Beast is one of the best remembered Mega Drive games for some reason, despite it not being very good. Like most Mega Drive collections have Altered Beast on them for some reason. But again, it's one of those things like, there have been so many Mega Drive collections over the years, and there are some games that are always in them, like Sonic Spinball, which also isn't very good. And it's like, why is it there? Is it because Sega made it? Because it's a Sega-owned game? Axel, Max, Skate, Blaze. That's classic music right there. It's one of the weird things, like Altered Beast, Spinball, Comic Zone as well. Like, Comic Zone isn't a good game. And like, the thing with Comic Zone has always been like, it's got a really interesting premise and great presentation. And that's what it's been riding on for like 30 years. Because as a game, it's not that good. So if you like Streets of Rage, definitely look into Streets of Rage Remake, which is this insane fan project that merges like all three Streets of Rage games together, and like there's so many different routes and everything, and like Streets of Rage Remake is unbelievable. If you're into this kind of game, you owe it to yourself to look into it. It's so expansive. Yeah, I've never really been into this kind of game, honestly. Never really been super into beat-em-ups. But if I have a second person to play them with, like, I'll go through an entire beat-em-up. But, like, only if I've got a second person to play it with. Otherwise, I find it pretty dull. Like, very quickly. That's why all your best beat-em-ups are co-op. Like Turtles in Time, Castle Crashers, Streets of Rage. Like, these things are always better with two people. Or more. I think one thing that really helps Streets of Rage is its really killer soundtrack. Now, for me, the arcade games that I always really wanted to play, like the stuff that you really couldn't get at home in the same way, were the light gun games. Time Crisis and House of the Dead. Hold down Y. But figuring out which one's Y on this, and do I have it set as the 6-button controller? Because otherwise it's just A, B, and C. Fuck your tables, fuck your chairs. So when I was a kid, I had 2 beat-em-ups. Batman Returns and Batman Forever. On Super Nintendo. Like, Batman Forever's not a good game. It's co-op, which helps it, but like, it's not a good game. Batman Returns is better. But Batman Returns is also single player, which doesn't help it. Oh, there was health right there. Yeah, like if you're into any of the Streets of Rage stuff, like you should really look into Streets of Rage Remake. Thank you for not falling down for so long. You know what? Presentation-wise, fantastic. Goes quiet all of a sudden, like you're in a rainy alley, and then the music starts. Like, that is peak Mega Drive excellence. God damn. Uh-oh. You can throw me. I don't know if she was a dominatrix so much as just somebody who was carrying a whip around and leather. Like regular people can do that. Yeah, presentation-wise, fantastic. Absolutely cannot argue with that. I've heard people have issues with Streets of Rage 3, and I've not really played it. I've heard they changed a bunch of stuff for Streets of Rage 3, so it's not really that good. From what I've heard, though, the Japanese version was what you would want from Streets of Rage 3, and they changed it for the American version. So, like, if you enjoy Streets of Rage 2 and you want to play Streets of Rage 3, check out the Japanese version, Bare Knuckle 3. It's called Bare Knuckle in Japan. Or alternative, like I say, check out Streets of Rage Remake. It's just unbelievable. Yeah, this was the, Oh, I should switch back to 4x3. This was the beat-em-up I had as a kid. And, like, this is Konami at their peak. The presentation of this game is really good. The music's really good, graphically it's really good. Like, I would really say Konami was probably at their highest point on Super Nintendo. Super Nintendo Mega Drive era. Sure, in the PlayStation era, they put out stuff like Metal Gear Solid and Symphony of the Night. Like, Metal Gear Solid was their biggest hit of that generation by far. Symphony of the Night was fantastic, but took a while to catch on. Like, that was kind of a sleeper hit. And aside from those, like, what else did they put out in that period that's really worth noting? Contra was a massive downturn in that generation. Suikoden? Sure. Really cool. And, like, then what? I say this as somebody who likes stuff like Poi Poi. They had good games, but, like, they never reached the peak of just, like, a lot of good quality. Again, like they had in the Super Nintendo era. And then, of course, like PS2. The PS2 era, the main thing they had was Metal Gear Solid. Castlevania, like, did well on the handhelds. Didn't do so well on the console, honestly. But yeah. This is peak Konami for me. Batman and his trusty bat gun. Like, that's the grapple he uses to take out that one clown that has the taser. But, like, the way they picture it there, it just looks like Batman and a gun. Alright, let's play it. There's a cheat code you can put in to unlock the hardest mode. Mania. Oh, I guess Mania's already unlocked. I guess there's a cheat code then you can put in to give yourself 9 lives instead of 7. I don't remember what that cheat code is. Here we go. I still think this is like the coolest Batmobile. It's incredibly impractical, and like back when they did the first film, like they'd load the fuel tank with jet fuel, and it would still only be able to move for like 5 or 6 seconds. So like if you watch Batman '89, there's never a shot of the Batmobile moving for longer than 6 seconds before they cut to another angle, because it just couldn't. It's incredibly impractical. The front of the car is way too long. Like, for any practical use. Like, the design and aesthetic of it is just so cool. Well, it's like the suit Batman's got in Batman Returns, and like 89 Batman. Like, just like thick rubber. And Michael Keaton could barely move in it. Yeah, that's impractical. But it's the suspension of disbelief. It looks cool, and that's what matters. And like, the way the film is set up, it looks cool, and it acts like it actually works, and that's great. Like, Michael Keaton's performance under the, like, in the suit, fantastic. Really sold it. I wouldn't say that so much as, like, changing a costume to work in live action. Because, like, you can look at Superman, the 70s, I forget exactly what year, like 78 or 79 maybe. Christopher Reeve Superman, and it's just, like, spandex or something like that. And, like, it works well enough. Like, the Batsuit didn't have to be, like, thick, rubber-looking armor. It was a redesign idea, and it did work. In fact, I don't think there's been really, like, a bad Batsuit in live action since Michael Keaton. The one in '89 is decent, though, like, it looks kind of dusty sometimes, which is kind of weird. When you talk about Keaton in the role, I think the suit looks better in Returns. The Batman Forever suit I like. And like, I even like the suit he wears at the end. The experimental sonar suit. Well, you say that, Titanium, but they still decided to change it for Man of Steel and everything, didn't they? It's like, he can't just be wearing, like, anything. Let's make it, like, fabric, textured fabric and stuff. It didn't have to be. I'm not saying it's bad, but like, it didn't have to be. Yeah, the Forever suit doesn't look bad. I don't think the Batman and Robin suit looks particularly good, but I'm not sure if that's because of the suit itself or because of Clooney. Like, bat nipples notwithstanding, because the Forever suit also has the nipple. Oh, Lino's got a quote. Yeah, DC's live action choices just they're baffling in a lot of ways. Let's see, Clooney. Yeah. The suit at the end doesn't like size looks right, but the silver bit on it just doesn't really make any sense. That was really a new suit design made just to sell toys. At least the Forever suit at the end had actual explanation. Batman Begins suit is decent, though it's really just doing the same thing as like previous suits. The Dark Knight making a sleeker suit that you can actually move in was a cool idea, and I think that works. And then the Ben Affleck suit, I like how that's more comic accurate. Design wise, I love it, and I love that the cape is basically entirely CG. There's a whole thing like watching Justice League or Zack Snyder's Justice League. Like anytime Batman jumps and the cape just spreads out behind him, I think that looks fantastic. It's not necessarily realistic, but why would you want a movie like that to be realistic? It just looks really cool when it does it. I don't like the whole thing in like there's the fight in the warehouse in Batman v Superman, which is a really cool fight. Not going to argue with that. But there's the whole thing where a guy just comes up to Batman and shoots him in the back of the head. Like Batman gets shot a lot in that fight, and is fine because apparently his suit has that much armor. And like, I didn't like that. It didn't make sense. There's also a thing of like, yeah, he gets shot a bunch of times and he's fine because of the armor, but then somebody stabs him with a knife in that same fight. It's like, the suit's fine though. I like the suit. I like the suit being more comic accurate, like the grey and stuff, rather than like pure black armor. So now I have to try and imitate Heath Ledger's fantastically legendary performance as the Joker. I believe what doesn't kill you simply makes you stranger. The whole Jesse Eisenberg thing, there is a way you could have made that work. You could have made that work in some way. Like young tech billionaire, super genius, cocky and stuff, like not the already well-established design we already know of, like the bald guy who is refined and cultured and just hates Superman because he's an alien. You could have made Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor work. Batman v Superman did not. It absolutely did not. Yeah, like Jesse Eisenberg, like, there are elements there that can work. The lack of ego preventing him from seeing that Superman is just Clark Kent. Like, that can work. The problem is, he's too much of a joke in the entire movie. And that doesn't work. I say it could have been like a bold new interpretation. Yeah, no, that very much so. Like it could have been a bold new interpretation, like how Heath Ledger did a very different kind of Joker, and it was fantastic. Which is a combination of several things, like the writing and Heath Ledger's performance. Like, Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor could have worked, could have been a bold new reinterpretation. But the writing, the direction, and the performance just were not there. And it comes off, like, one of the problems Man of Steel has is it feels like it's trying to be like Batman Begins for Superman. But Superman isn't Batman, and so it doesn't really work. And you end up with a very similar kind of thing of Lex Luthor in that movie feels like he's trying to be the Joker. And that doesn't work. I will say though, like Lex Luthor, like we talk about the DC expanded universe as they want to call it. Let me get through what this tangent, and we'll switch to it. Titanium. I said, like that's another game. I feel like I should do a full playthrough for that, as you requested for it. So I don't know. Yeah. Like, the DC Expanded Universe, as DC wants to call it, rather than like the DC Cinematic Universe, yada yada. For everything that's wrong with Lex Luthor, it's still not as bad as their interpretation of the Joker. It's like you watch Suicide Squad and like Jared Leto as the Joker isn't good. And then there's the whole thing of like, oh, there was a lot of his scenes were cut out, and most of his performance was actually barely in the movie. And it's like, okay, give it the benefit of the doubt, maybe he actually was quite good and he was fucked over in the editing. And then Zack Snyder's Justice League comes out. And there's this whole sequence at the end, which is absolutely needless, with Jared Leto as the Joker again for some reason. And it's like, oh no, it's not that he got fucked over by the editing, it's that his Joker is absolute shit. Well, like I say, like, I want to take your recommendations seriously, Titanium. Especially since you originally paid points for it. And like, give it the dues it deserves. It's just about figuring out when that'll be. Since I stream like way less often these days. Streaming today was really just a case of like, give me something to do. So I'm not just sat here in my own head all day. Which, of late, is not a good thing. Alright, let's check out the other beat 'em up I had as a kid on Super Nintendo, Batman Forever. Developed by Probe, published by Acclaim Entertainment. Worth noting that at the time, Acclaim had the license for the home versions of Mortal Kombat. And so for some reason it seems they decided to make this game entirely with the Mortal Kombat engine, it seems. The best thing about this game is that it's co-op. So you choose your gadgets at the start. The game will not tell you how to use any of these. If you want to find out how to use them, you have to look in the manual. How do you use them? You basically put in Mortal Kombat style inputs to do them. Yeah. Loading times in a cartridge game. So, press Y, press X, press A, press B. It's literally Mortal Kombat. All your face buttons for some reason are attacks, just like in Mortal Kombat. But this isn't a fighting game. Hey, Clem. Yeah, it's going. Like, hit. Look at that. Your uppercut. It's okay, so now we have to get up there. You have to fire your grapple to get up there, which you fire with select. It's like, what? Like, the controls are such a bad idea in all of this. From his Robin. Yeah, like, you look at it and there's very clearly not a proper animation set for it. There's a glide move and I can never pull it off reliably. Yeah, there's the whole thing with the gadgets you choose at the start. Each one of them has a different input to use them. No idea why there couldn't just be one input depending on which one you which position you choose one for. Like, you don't need 4 face buttons for the combat in this. Alright, thanks for joining us, Lino. You take care of yourself, buddy. It was good to see you again. Yeah, I had this as a kid, and like, when you're a kid and you're playing games that you've got just because you've got them and not much else. The furthest I got to the circus level once, which is the 3rd level. Because like, you've got 5 lives, no continues. I don't know what that was about. Yeah, it's like, if you ever thought that Mortal Kombat mythology, like, take a look at this actually. Where do we go? If you ever thought Mortal Kombat Mythology's Sub-Zero was like a bad idea, translating Mortal Kombat into a side-scrolling beat-em-up, like, this did it first, and they should have learned from that. You all know where we go? No idea how you're supposed to figure that out. But then that's really this game, it's just so badly designed. If you want to see this game all the way through, there's a Let's Play channel I can recommend on YouTube called Super Gaming Brothers. They did a playthrough of this. I think they get to the 2nd level and they get a game over, and then they find out like there's cheat codes you can use for a level select. So they use that to finish the game. And it's like, with how long this game is and how much bullshit it has, it's unbelievable that you're expected to finish it on 5 lives and no. Like, if you actually wanted to see it all the way through, I'd recommend that. Liam, do you have a request that you want to see while we're doing this? Oh, you clearly missed everything we were saying, Santa. It basically is. Oh, Blackthorn. Interesting game. One of the old Blizzard games before they like hit it big with stuff like Warcraft and Diablo. So yeah, what I was saying, Sana, as far as Batman Forever goes, developed by Pro, published by Acclaim. Acclaim had the license for Mortal Kombat and console at the time. And it is basically just Mortal Kombat as a side-scrolling beat-em-up. Like, reused animations, the attacks are all the same and stuff, like, all of that. I feel like it might have just crashed. Yep, just crashed. Let me see. No, I don't. It's a shame because they also put it on Game Boy Advance years later. Blackthorn, developed by Blizzard Entertainment, is very much like the original Prince of Persia and stuff like Another World or Out of This World in the US, so Flashback. Like one of those step-by-step platformers where everything's kind of on a grid. It's a really interesting game. Pretty neat. If you're into that style of game, it's pretty neat. You know what? Let's try it again. With a different core. So let's try just regular SNES 9X. There we go. This is pretty good music. I'm liking this. Yeah, by a wizard. I think that's the thing, like, it's not like it doesn't seem like a fantasy thing. It's a different planet. And so he's warped to Earth. And now he's just been warped back. There we go. So yeah, it's one of those platformers, like the very rigorous step-by-steps. He didn't have a sword, he had a shotgun. I asked that he was teleported with a shotgun. Yeah, I do love that there's... It's not just that there's an attack for hitting behind you. No, he was on the side of the road with a shotgun. It's not just that there's an attack for hitting behind you, that's a good idea. But the way it looks, like he doesn't even look. Like, that's the best part of it. That's a good thing I figured out how to do that before I used both of them. There's also the interesting thing of, it's also kind of a cover-based shooter. Like, we go into the background and we can't be hit, because we're taking cover. Like, that's crazy. You better back away from the door. Alright, didn't kill him. Thank you. Well, there's also the thing of, like, the main character is just like one of those late 80s, early 90s bad dudes. Like, yeah, this is the baddest dude you've ever known and he's gonna save the universe. And it's just... It's awesome in that stupid, radical 80s way. Liam's a horrible person. As far as I'm aware, though, like, there isn't a penalty for killing people. Like in Oddworld, Abe's Odyssey, if you don't rescue enough of the Madokans in that game, or you let enough of them die, or you kill enough of them yourself, then you get the bad ending. But in this, I don't think that's actually a thing. Oh, one of those games with passwords. But you know what? At least they're only full letter passwords. I lose my potion. Yeah, if you're into this kind of game, like, it's... really cool style of it. Like the grenades and the shotgun and stuff, and like the various ideas of it. It's well made, and it's very unique in its design, I think. I think really it just has to be like you have to be in the into the genre, which admittedly I'm not. I feel like I would have done better if I got to keep my potion when I came into this level. Anyway. But yeah, I think I have the Super Nintendo version of Prince of Persia as well. Yeah, there it is. Which is very much the same kind of game. And of course, Prince of Persia being the classic of this genre. The Super Nintendo version, from what I'm aware, is like considered the best version, or like one of the best versions of this game. I think it was the Super Nintendo version that gave him the turban and the shirt, maybe? I don't know. I don't like how you always end up running in this. I'm not really fond of that. Like, that's one step, apparently, and I'm not doing that. For something like this, I feel like this should be a walk ability. There we go. Like, that should be standard, though. You'd think the run would be a separate button. Yeah, this whole genre isn't really my kind of thing. I do think, though, and I've mentioned this in the past, I think the natural evolution of this style into 3D was Tomb Raider. And coincidentally, Prince of Persia 3D was basically a Tomb Raider clone. You know, at some point I would actually like to do a full playthrough of the Sands of Time trilogy on stream. Add that to the list. I really like Warrior Within. Warrior Within is my preferred of them. I actually just set up my PSP Go again today, and I put the PSP version of Warrior Within on there, which isn't great. But it's like, I want to play Warrior Within again, and I don't really have the patience to sit down and do it on console. I don't know, I'm off again on Friday, and if I end up feeling the same way as I did today, maybe I'll just sit down and do all Sands of Time in a single sitting. It only takes like 5 hours. And then we can do Warrior Within. Or I could tell you all to go up my YouTube channel and watch the Let's Play I did of Sands of Time, and then I can do Warrior Within. The Sands of Time gets so tedious towards the end. The combat just starts taking so long and it's so repetitive. Thanks for joining us, Titanium. You take care of yourself, buddy. We'll catch you next time. Phalanx with the weirdest fucking box art ever, which you guys can't really see. Old man with a banjo. It's a space shooter. That's fair enough. I don't know how much longer we're going to be sticking around with this anyway. We've already gone for like 4 hours. Just doesn't feel like that because I started a lot earlier than I usually do today. Oh, that's a point actually. Clem, while you're here real quick. I mentioned this earlier, but you weren't here. Something worth checking out. I'm glad to hear that, Titanium. You take care of yourself, buddy. This is the Mega Drive remake of the first 3 Mega Man games that was released in Japan and Europe, but in America was only released on the Sega Channel. I'm playing the Japanese version because it runs at 60 Hz. I think overall, ultimately, this is inferior to just playing 1, 2, and 3 on NES. But it is a really neat thing to check out. I also think, for the most part, the music is way worse. Very Mega Drive music. It's very hit and miss. Some of it's pretty good, some of it really isn't. There's also the case of it doesn't have the option for normal or difficult mode. It's just set to difficult. There's also the thing as well, like... It doesn't feel like it takes proper advantage of being on a more powerful system. It's like, you look at this and can you really say, aside from maybe the greater amount of colour, if that, like, does it really look a whole lot better than the NES version? It's a neat thing to see as a Mega Man fan, but overall it's not particularly great. What is actually good though is the thing you unlock for... Ah, fuck, it's the difficult modes, they don't immediately die, do they? What is actually really cool though is if you beat... because this has a save system. If you beat all 3 games on one file, you unlock Wily Tower mode, which has original music, original stages, and original bosses. And it's actually pretty good. And you get to use a combination of 8 weapons and 3 items. Any combination of 8 weapons and 3 items from the first 3 Mega Man games. Fucking hell. And it's really cool. You just have to go through like all 3 games to get it. Let's restart this actually. I want to hit another Robot Master. I will stick with Mega Man 2 because that's the one like everybody really knows. Of all the tracks in Mega Man 2, I think my favourite is probably Flashman. So let's take a look at Flashman's stage. Because I really like Flashman's music. It's not bad, but again, like, it is so full of that Mega Drive styling, which was just prevalent in so many Mega Drive games. I've heard it referred to as like the Genesis twang. Alright, we'll do one more. We'll take a look at Woodman. I also really like Woodman. Yeah, you know, I can see that, Clem. Definitely see that. It's a good point. Alright, Woodman. Let me just put a save state here, just in case we decide to come back and check out any others. That's not bad. Thanks for joining us, Clem. We'll catch you next time, buddy. Oh, you have a good time at coaching your bowling stuff. God damn. Alright. You still with us, Signer? So you can have one more request if you're still with us. No? Alright, I will have a request then. What do I want to check? That's the point. Do I have Pokemon Crystal Clear? Oh, I don't have Crystal Clear set on this. That's a shame. That's a really good Pokemon Crystal ROM hack. That's... If you're into Pokemon and you've got a method of playing it, like, it is really worth it. Doesn't change the main gameplay of Pokemon, unfortunately, so it's not my kind of thing. But the concept is fantastic. Essentially turns Crystal into an open world game, and it is one of the most interesting things I've seen. We're already taking a look at Metal Gear Solid on Game Boy Color. On PC. I don't even know most of the... Smash Steve. I'm going to take a look at any of these. I want Chansum here with me. Same with Majin Tensei. Really took a quick look at Kyoyaku and Megami Tensei. Is that Chrono Trigger complete? I don't remember. Now let's take a quick look at Final Fantasy VI Revised Old Style Edition. Which, when I eventually stream Final Fantasy VI, should be the version I do. Although at the minute I'm currently torn between this and the Ted Woolsey Uncensored Edition. Which also has good ideas with it. Try to come up with like the best version of FF6 to play. And it really boils down to like what's the best ROM hack to do for the Super Nintendo version to make it truest as possible without changing what Final Fantasy VI was when it was released in the West. I do like that they they put it back to being Final Fantasy VI with this, and like brought back the Terra Magitech armor logo because like, that's one of my favorite Final Fantasy logos. Terra and the Magitech armor. Especially with the red coloring when you see it like just on the box against a plain white background. Fantastic. Yeah, it probably is one of my favourite FF logos. I also really like the logo for Final Fantasy IV DS, the goal-based one. I really like that logo. Good logo. I like the simplicity of 5 as well, as like the purple colouring of the Ivern. Like, it's very kind of calming. It's really neat. Yeah, they're probably my 3 favourites. Biggs, not Vicks. We're allowed to take a look at Final Fantasy VI now that Klim's gone. Actually, a point, yeah. Like when I do Final Fantasy VI for the stream, I do want to bring Klim in on mic. Specifically because he's on record as not liking FF6. We've discussed it in the past. I think it can lead to some good critical discussion. Plus, Klim's always good company. Yeah, like, I want to do the, There's good time in there, RoboChrono. I want to do the Super Nintendo version of FF6 anyway, over the GBA version. Like, specifically, like, it looks better on the screen like this. Which, like, we can actively compare, like, how FF6 there looks versus how it would look if we streamed FF6 Advance. And really, the biggest problem with doing FF6 Advance is really just that we'll be doing it on a big screen that is way bigger than it was intended to be on. So this is, of course, with 2 ROM hacks applied to it to restore both the sound and the colour. To put them to be comparable with the Super Nintendo version. The sound I don't mind so much. The colour palette I do prefer like this though, because this was the case with a lot of GBA ports of Super Nintendo games. They massively overbrighten the picture, so you could see it on the original GBA. I also don't like how the GBA version adds in character portraits for some characters during the text in the dialogue. So then we get a look at it on GBA in comparison. Yeah, it doesn't look as bad as I thought. I suppose the biggest issue really ends up being the lack of screen real estate for the size of the screen, since it's originally meant for a much smaller screen with a much lower resolution. But like, they've covered it well. I suppose by the time this came out, this was like 2007, when they finally put Final Fantasy VI out on GBA. They'd already done... 1 and 2 I'm not really going to count, because 1 and 2 Dawn of Souls are based on the WonderSwan Color versions, which was a handheld already. They'd already done 4 and 5 by this point. That's not too bad. We're still going to do the Super Nintendo version, but like, seeing it like this looks actually decent on a big screen like that. Probably helps that it's been recolored to match the Super Nintendo palette. Yeah, like the lack of screen real estate is really going to be it. It's more zoomed in as a result. I think it'll just look nicer when we do it on Super Nintendo. Like, this does look actually decent, like better than I expected for the big screen. I think the best way to show what I'm talking about, though, for those who don't see exactly what it is just off the top of it, would be Super Mario Bros. Deluxe. This is a Game Boy Color port of the original Super Mario Bros. And Super Mario Bros. Lost Levels. Really cool. Adds like a bunch of stuff to it like that. Like, oh, there's a world map for it. Like, that's cool. This is how it looks. Now, I use this as an example specifically, because like everybody knows what World 1-1 looks like, and you can see how zoomed in it is. It's the same idea with Final Fantasy VI Advance. Like, we go down this pipe. This entire room is just the screen on the NES version. Gives you an idea of how zoomed in this is. Still really cool though. Like, if I had this as a kid, I probably would have loved it. But that is basically what I'm talking about. It's probably a lot harder to play though. Do I have? No, I don't. Like Super Mario Advance 2, which is the GBA port of Super Mario World. It's harder than the Super Nintendo version just because you can see less. Because the screen zoomed in. Yeah, it's a cool thing. So is there anything I want to end on? Get to police notes one day. Right, that's the first safe room. I'm there wondering, like, where is that? Every now and then I consider doing a replay of the Laundra for the stream. And I think back to like how frustrating some of those dungeons were. Especially the volcano with its freezing the fireballs to jump on them at times. I don't know. I guess we'll end on Clock Tower. Just... There we go. Clock Tower is a pretty cool game. Especially when you remember this was a Super Famicom game. Like, it's actually a really good horror game. And death is a pretty common part of it. But, like, the checkpointing system is ridiculously good, especially for the time. you're gonna die, and then like you reload it, and you'll be not that far from where you died. It's crazy how good that is. Again, especially for the time. One thing I also really like about this is the quick start option, where you skip past the opening, all of the stuff before everybody disappears, and you just right into the game. And like for replaying something like this, that's awesome. Interesting, they've translated it as burrows, because in the Super Famicom fan translation, it's translated as barrows. There's also an interesting third version of this game for the Wonder Swan. Like, not the Wonder Swan color, just the Wonder Swan. Which, like, if you're curious, definitely worth looking up. Because it retains, like, such a large amount of what makes this game good on a handheld that was in a monochrome handheld. It's crazy. It's really worth checking out. They're all gone. Hmm. Wonder if this worked with the PlayStation mouse. I had the door a minute ago. Gotta get it again. Oh, there we go. And that's the caved-in hall. Really dark. I don't remember it being this dark in the Super Famicom version. Yeah, like the atmosphere of this game is very impressive for the time it came out. Like, it really works. Plus, the sound design is fantastic. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we're going to show two separate places we can go. We'll go in the bathroom here. Because we just heard a noise. Yeah, this fog effect probably looks better on the Super Famicom version. The actual scream's a good effect, though. Oh, see ya. Right, and so there's that. But you might ask, what happens if we just ignore that? Do we have to turn back and, like, we have to investigate the bathroom? It's like, no. You just ignore it and keep going. And a different one of the girls is dead, and now we're blocked from going this way. So it's arguably worse to go that way. That's a pretty cool thing. I like Clock Tower. I like a lot of what it does. And the PlayStation, the other one I've got on here is like this is a sequel. Basically, Clock Tower 2. It's referred to as Clock Tower because it was the first one released in the West. And it's got some early PS1 issues with its visuals largely, but like if you can get into it, it is still a really cool horror game and uses the same kind of setup as this, with the mouse cursor and stuff. It's really cool. But that's gonna do it for me for today. This was kind of a on a whim thing. And I'm glad I did this. It's definitely helped. I don't know. Maybe I'll be back on Friday because like, I'm off again on Friday. Maybe I'll do that playthrough of Sands of Time. We'll see how I feel on Friday. If not, the next stream will be Sunday, where Chancem and I will be continuing Persona 3. So yeah, I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thanks to everybody in the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Klim, Signer, Titanium, Lino, Teak, and I think that was everybody. Oh, Emily popped in with the lurk as well. Yeah, thank you, Emily. Yeah, I think that's everybody there. Yeah, thank you all for joining me. Keeping the company. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Like I say, back either Friday or Sunday, depending on how I feel on Friday. Might do that full playthrough of Sands of Time so I can have Warrior Within ready to go. That'll be kind of a weird thing because I have Sands of Time. Sands of Time is backwards compatible on Xbox One, so I picked up the original Xbox version. I can do that, but then Warrior Within and Two Thrones aren't. So when I get to those, it'll be the GameCube as I do. I could do the HD versions on the HD trilogy, but like those, the Prince of Persia HD, Prince of Persia Sands of Time HD trilogy is garbage. So much wrong with it. But yeah, very much up. Thanks to everybody who joined me in both the chat and just on the stream. I always really appreciate the support. And I guess that's pretty much it. Thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day and take care. Catch you next time.